Here we go. Another year, another top 100. I am so pumped to do this year. I want to tell you a little bit. That camera or that one? I see I already fucked up. So, hey, there might be a few more fuck ups tonight. I got 100 bourbons to taste, a rise too, and single malts. Got lots to do here. Apologies for the language in advance. I may say a thing or two that is offensive, so I want to apologize in advance if I offend you. And also, well, this is a whiskey channel, so maybe you shouldn't watch it. But I'm so pumped about this top 100 this year. The reason why, I've made some comments previously that this was a pretty rough year for American whiskey. And I want to say that I feel like American whiskey is going down a path of a lot of people are coming in it and they're trying to make a short dollar. They're trying to capitalize on the enthusiasm of the bourbon community because it's on TV all the time. People are always having it, and people are always wanting to be around bourbon. And so you have a lot of new money coming in here, venture capitalist types that are just trying to make a buck. They're in here for 4 or 5 years and then they're selling. And in the process, they might have a single barrel that wins an award. They may have a batch that wins an award. They get some fans, and then they start lowering the quality, bringing in something that's like 2 to 4 years old, blending it together, and then finishing it with some kind of stave finish or a particular type of wood that is kind of, controversial. So what we're seeing in American whiskey is we're seeing a moment of a lot of brands on the shelves. A lot of brands on the shelves that aren't necessarily capturing the palates and hearts of, genuine American whiskey lovers. And that's why I say that this was a tough year for American whiskey. While there was a lot of great whiskeys out there, there was a lot of subpar stuff. But I didn't put anything that I felt was subpar forward in this top 100. What I have in this year's top 100, I feel like is as good as any top 100 I've ever had. And the reason why I say that is because we have a lot of craft products in here. We actually do have a lot of blended straights. We have a lot of independent bottlers who are doing it right. They're doing it right. And there's so much good whiskey that's out there that it does get lost with some people that are trying to push the marketing message forward. And so when I talk about American whiskey having a down year, that's what I'm talking about. So this year, this top 100, this is the best of what I have tasted, as well as whiskeys that genuinely excite me. What I mean by that is I love seeing the journey of a brand like Boot Hill, a small distiller in Kansas, that just really, when I tasted that product for the first time, I was like, whoa, this is delicious. And I love seeing barrel finishes that genuinely do it right, like the Michter's Rye Toasted. Like that, right, when I tasted that for the first time, it put tingles on me. And then, of course, there are the A-list brands in here. You got like the Michter's Cellar Aged. You got the Stags. You even got the formerly Stag Juniors in here. Last year's winner, William LaRue Weller, did not impress me. It was not good enough to make this list. But all that being said, no matter when I tasted it or what I thought about it at the time that I tasted it, it will only get scored by tonight. So I'm tasting it blind. I'm going to rank it blind, and wherever the chips fall, that is the ranking. So I'm going to tell you about the process, but first I want to tell you why I started doing the top 100. I have been critiquing whiskey for going on 2 decades. And I've been a part of spirits competitions. I now own a spirits competition called the American Spirits Council of Tasters. And it was always kind of like no one could see what that was like, right? So no one ever got the opportunity to be inside a competition to see how it went. So when I started this YouTube channel, I wanted to kind of open that door a little bit. And when I was doing my whiskeys of the year, I was like, hey, why don't I do these blind? Hey, why don't I not only do them blind, why don't I do 100 of them, my 100 favorite whiskeys of the year, and taste them blind and rank them. And so it's kind of grown and grown, but this really began as my effort to show you how professional tasters taste. So I will be spitting tonight, right? If I did not spit tonight, I would probably die. You know, I mean, let's be honest here. I'm tasting 100 spirits. You should not do this at home. You should not try this at home. You really do need to be a professional. And this is not the most I have ever tasted in one sitting. I remember one year at the San Francisco World Spirits Competition, over the course of a few hours, I probably tasted 250. Now, through the weekend, it ended up being 500, 600, but I've tasted a lot in one sitting before. The difference between now and then is I'm a little older, and I've put a lot of focus on my health this year. So I got involved in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. I've been practicing that for a year. Absolutely love it. I've lost 35 pounds. And so somebody booked me on Cameo like, hey, are you going to get sloshed because you've lost so much weight and you're not going to be able to handle as much? Well, I mean, I guess we're going to find out, right? But the rationale behind doing this, and this is my method of tasting. All of this came from when I came home from Iraq. And I've told this story before. I talk about it a lot because I think it's important that if someone is in a situation that they get help. And when I came home from Iraq, I was like a lot of soldiers in that I was having a hard time. I couldn't understand the new civilian world I was a part of. It was difficult for me. And I was on the brink of suicide. I was either going to be homeless or I was going to go to jail. I mean, the cards for me at that moment were not good. I decided to get help. I checked myself into the Louisville VA, and I'm proud to say that they saved my life. They absolutely saved my life. But there comes a moment after when you're in therapy and you get yourself past that point of like, can I live again? There comes a point where you have to enjoy your life. And I was struggling after I was past that point of like, you know what? I'm not going to go to jail. I got a job. I can do this. And my therapist taught me a technique called taste mindfulness. And that was where I put a barbecue potato chip on my tongue. I closed my eyes. I chewed it. She told me to think about how the salts and the sugar separate, how the crunch changed all over my tongue, and it completely changed how I perceived the chip. Now, for the first time in my life at that point, I know you all are wanting to see me taste, but the taste mindfulness portion is how I'm going to be able to get through this. And I want to tell you the origins of it. But what I was doing was I was connecting my brain to my palate in a way to reprogram my brain to not always be nervous when I'm sitting down that there's a sniper on the roof across the street or a piece of garbage is an IED. I tell you that because it was in this room that my palate was born. It was in this room, in this therapy room, where I realized that I could taste at a high level. And so I started applying that to wine and spirits. And believe it or not, for anyone who is outside of this bourbon community, we don't drink to get drunk. We drink to taste. And tasting is very different than drinking. So what you're going to see me do, I'm going to be making notes. I will have scorecards. I'll be handing those scorecards to a judging steward, and they are going to be tallying my scores. But my palate's going to go through a lot tonight, but it's that taste mindfulness process and understanding my tongue and how my tongue works that I'm going to be able to get through this. So if you keep asking yourself, how does he do this? How does he do this? It was taste mindfulness, and that's what I'm going to be applying here tonight. I also wanted to share that message because if there's anyone out there who is struggling, who needs help, do not be afraid to walk through that therapy door to go see someone, because it will absolutely change your life. Now, here's how tonight is going to work. First of all, you're going to see we have 4 cameras in my little office here. I brought in an amazing crew from LA that they do like music videos and live streams for Grammy Award winning bands, including Korn, which Korn won a Grammy, didn't they? Yeah, Korn won a Grammy, but I love Korn. Anyway, so we have an amazing setup here for you tonight. you're going to be able to see in graphic form what I am tasting while I'm tasting it. Each one of these are labeled just like that, A1, and then I've got scorecards that are going to be brought to me, and go ahead and give me A1. They're going to be brought to me right here, and I'm going to write my notes, and I want to have a score. The scores of the 100 spirits that I taste, that is going to determine the top 100. Now, I'm sorry, the 100 through 26. The top 25 will be re-poured and brought back to me with the original scorecards, and I will taste those again to rank the entirety of the top 25. Now, I will be spitting. I've got my palate cleansers over here. I've got my water, and I've got a palate. I'm ready to go. I'm ready to do this. What do you think? Are we ready? We ready to do this, guys? Good? No? I got a thumbs up over here. All right, let's do this. I use little watch glasses like this, or watch glass to keep them covered. So tasting A1. A1. Very, very earthy. Floral too. Tasting A9. A9. As tonight gets going, there is a little bit of nervousness that I'm going to drink out of my spit cup. You know, I've never actually done that, but I was at a competition once where a guy spilled a spit cup on someone. That was awkward. Tasting A9. I'll switch it that way for you. All right, 2 down, 98 to go. B1. B1. Woo! Hoo-hoo. Hello, B1. What's going on up in here? Some bitch. That smells like. That smells lovely. Oh, that's good. Eric, that's good. Mm. B1 is scored. C3, C3. R3 CPO. Thank you. I'm just going to leave my water bottle open now. That seems to make sense. Wow. In case you're wondering if this is enough time to assess a spirit, it actually is. You know, I'm smelling it, I'm tasting it, and even though I'm finished, I'm spitting it, I'm still feeling the finish. You don't have to swallow, especially if you taste a lot, to understand a finish. Like the finish is on the tongue. You know, you can feel it going down your belly and everything too, but on the tongue is where you feel the majority of the finish. And C3 has a marvelous finish. Super long. But in my head, like, you know, do I like one thing over another? I mean, I think it's very close to B1, but as you can see, I have decimal points, and I feel like right now, I think I like B1 over C3. Next up, D5. But the thing about a tasting, when we get to that top 25, and I taste those, the measure of a really great whiskey in a competition. Again, this is in a competition. This is a competition style tasting. Is like, can that whiskey still hold up when you are when you've tasted 100 spirits? There's a lot of factors that go in that. Obviously, proof can have an impact, but to me, it's the quality of the spirit. This is D5. D5 is an interesting one in that it goes in a completely different direction, one that I like. But I don't know how much I like it. You notice, like, I pretty well knew in the first four. D5 is a classic example of it has a lot of flavor to it. I'm talking black licorice, mint, tobacco, some fig to it. I didn't write caramel, but there is caramel there. But there's that oakness there that is lingering on the palate that would probably make me put C3 and B1 over it. But I still like D5 enough to give it a pretty high score, which is why I'm going to give it a 93.2. But I think if that one does make the top 25, I don't know if it will. I think that oak could hurt it. Okay, E1. Anybody in the military remember when you were an E1? Those were shitty days. Am I right? Freaking cleaning up shitters and stuff like that. When I was in boot camp, there was this kid who dropped his M16 in the latrines by the firing range. Y'all just go ahead and put in the comment section what those latrines were like. Those were nasty. All right, E1. So I like D5 over E1. E3. Well, hello there, Caramel. Where you been all my life? I'll get on up in there. Wow. E3 is what we would call a caramel bomb. Okay, G1. H7. All right, I'm going to stop trying to put them over where they were. I'm fucking that up already. Excuse my language. Hopefully you're not watching this with your children. H7. At H7, yeah. H7. All right, good. All right. You know, I love the way this one smells, but it's one of those where there's a like a burnt mushroom smell at the very end of it that makes me like, oh no, please don't have that note in there. I don't want to taste burnt mushrooms unless they're those kind of mushrooms, in which case I can't have those right now. Not that I have them anyway. But here we go, H7. Okay. There's no burnt mushroom note there, but this is a H7. H7 is very, very good, but I want to be clear. We're here looking for the great, right? Okay. Wait, that was H7?
Yes.
Okay, so now we're to H2? How did that get out of order? As long as we have the right one here.
I just do the cards.
Okay. H2. Okay. This is unique. I'm trying to think of the flavor here. So I have a general bourbon that is my. Is it better than that bourbon? And that's Evan Williams Black Label. That's also the bourbon that is like my palate to make sure that my palate's okay. So when I do my palate cleanser here, which I'm gonna do right now, this is my first palate cleanser of the night. I use Munster cheese. Munster cheese fatties my tongue, and so when you hear about chefs and people with really great palates, they're talking about food, about keeping their tongue clear. When you are tasting a lot of spirits, you need to have a lot of heaviness there, so your tongue can manage that. So that's why I don't do tongue scraping, because I want a layer there. I want a little bit of a layer there, so my tongue does not get murdered. I mean, it's at the end of the night, it's going to look like it's been through a cheese grater as it is. So the best thing to do is to keep a little bit of fattiness on there, and then I have a bitterness with the raw almonds. So part of tasting 100 whiskeys is keeping your palate fresh. So this is my first palate cleanser of the night. And what I do is I move it all around my tongue. I make sure that all parts of my tongue are vibrant, which they are. And if at any point I cannot taste salt, an unsalted cracker, then I can't taste. I'm out. So far, what are we, 15 in? We're in good shape. H8. And last of my palate cleansers is soda water. And what that does is it clears, the bubblies clear everything from my tongue. All right, so ready to go? Oh, damn. Ooh. Ooh. Mmm. Mmm. Oh. That's my highest score so far, 96. G7. Wait, I think that was my highest score so far. I don't know. Anyway, I scored it at 96. G7. It's starting to get hard. I like G7. It's very vanilla forward. But I'd say after vanilla, when I didn't write a lot on there, not a lot came after it. But G7 is absolutely a delicious vanilla bomb. J5. Ooh, J5, yeah. What's that? What?
Recording the scores.
Okay. Wow. Oh my God. Damn. It's like I went to a cinnamon factory and just went up to the lead cinnamon person and licked him. Good Lord. What's that song? Cinnamon Girl? Who sings Cinnamon Girl? Neil Young. I wonder if this is what Neil Young was thinking about. Cinnamon Girl, right? Isn't that the name of the song? Anyway, that probably was offensive. 94.6. J8. J8. Ooh. J8 had a cornbread, kind of like a pepper jam to it, tobacco. Very nice. Okay, so we're through those 2 rows. M2. M2. Here we go. You know, it's a weird note if you're not ready for it. I kind of like getting a little salt note from time to time. Usually salt can come through in the form of like people will call it a brininess. Like earlier I wrote down oyster shell. Inside of an oyster shell it kind of can be briny. But salt is kind of an underrated note in American whiskey. And this one's quite salty, like fruit. Like imagine putting salt on a watermelon, like in the heat of summer, a little salted watermelon. That's kind of like the salt I'm getting here on M2. Very nice. And it's got like this kind of nice wheat bread note to it. But it's in here with some heavyweights, and while I do like it, it probably will not be cracking that top 25. But you want to make sure that you stay tuned, because we will be releasing where things fall in the ranking after the intermission. In 5. Okay. In 5. Woo, man. This is gonna be hard. There's already like 5 in here. I'm like, oh my God, this is the best whiskey of the year. I think I can do it. I'm gonna try it. It's so hard. Goddamn, near spilled my big cup of myself. Oh shit, this is gonna be a long night. Oh, shit. Do we have a protocol for who's going to clean that up? Oh, my God. We got to figure this out. Come on, get yourself together, Fred. Oh. All right. Oh, shit. All right, where was I? In 5? All right, so I'm just moving that over there. P9. Hey, what's going on, P9? Anybody remember P90X? That was a hell of a workout video series. I remember the infomercials of that guy, and he'd be like, "My dad was a minor league baseball pitcher. Threw a no-hitter." P90X. I like it. It's got this, P9 has this Fatty McFatty note to it that, you remember those hot apple pies you would get in the McDonald's drive-through? You'd get the thing and it'd slide out and get on your leg and burn your leg near to, near to where you had to go to the hospital. Burn it so bad that a piece of your skin would end up on the apple pie. It has that little edge of that apple pie note from McDonald's. So I'm gonna write McDonald's. And I like it a lot. Might have to go easy on these 90s. I have a lot of tiebreakers. Q1. Q1 begins on January 1st. Like it. You spell tangerine, Tangerine. Yeah, that's how you spell it. I might have misspelled it, but unfortunately, there's not the little red line underneath here. I know I'm a writer, I should know this, but it's not a red line. Juicy fruit. Q1's prominent note for me is like this fruity herbal thing that, and then I kind of am writing and I'm like, juicy fruit. It reminds me of these juicy fruit gums. So it's quite tasty. All right, Q1. Oh, wait, I think I've already done a 90. So there we go. Q1. So next up, Q5. Q5. Thank you, Q. All right. Oh my God, are you okay? Someone fell down back there on the wires. All right. I liked Q5, but it wasn't as good as the rest of some of the others I've been tasting. Q9. Like Q5, Q9 I like, but it's not. There's not enough umph to it. Not enough umph to it to kind of get it over that next hump. R1. All right. R1. As you may notice that I'm not actually, in the chat or anything like that. I'm not following the chat, but there will come a time where I take some questions when they're, in intermission. So if you have questions, maybe have those handy. Okay. Oh. That's good, Eric. Got a sugar cane note in there. What else is that? What is that? Well, I'm just going to taste it again and find out what that is. Because I can. All right. Got to get with it, Fred. Come on now. I really, really like R1. But when I'm tasting it, I'm getting 3 primary notes: sugarcane, peppercorn, maple syrup. And my thought to that is, damn, that's kind of like 3 major groupings. And that's the sort of thing, like in that next round, could do really well because it's hitting the tip of my tongue, the middle, the back, the sides. It's actually curling up underneath. So R1 is one to kind of circle if it makes it to that 25, to say, like, you know what, that thing's in contention. So R1, I scored it at 94.9. M2. I already tasted it?
Yeah.
Okay.
We're on R5.
R5. This is why I have a judging steward. To prevent screw-ups. R5.
Got it?
I do not have it. I have it now.
Then you get the card.
I get the card. S6. Ooh. Whoa. Whoa. Damn. Holy shitballs, that's good. It's still on my tongue. Woo! I believe the scientific term is, I like it. Damn. This finish won't quit. It won't. I can't even write. Quit. But if I had to choose a dominant note on S6, it's going to be molasses. And I'm going to score this. I think it's going to be my highest one yet. But not by a lot. But damn, it's good. X8. X8. Gonna be a long night, folks. Hey, what's up, X8? All right. There's an almond joy note here, and I know I could write out coconut, almond, chocolate, but why waste all that space and time and just call it what it is, a good old almond joy, which is something I like, and when my kids go on trick-or-treating, they know what the daddy tax is. It's almond joys. But the finish on X8 leaves a little bit of desired here. I'm not feeling it as prevalent on my tongue as I would like. After I had spit it. So while I like it a lot, it is not going to be in that high level like. All right, I think last one for this flight. Z2. Z2. All right. All right, Z2. I've been looking forward to you. Last one here. And after this, I'm a quarter down. 75 to go. And then another 25. And then I'm going to have a beer if I'm still standing. Okay. Huh. Can I get a re-pour of Z2 in a different glass? I smell soap in that. Z2, I need a re-pour. I smelled soap. So you got to really, I mean, I know I'm kind of going back and forth and talking a lot, but man, my nose is, I pick up stuff all the time, and I do not. If I smell soap, my instinct is I need a re-pour. So that's that. So we're on Z2. Actually, got to tell you, this has been a very, very impressive flight. Thank you. Yeah, there's no soap smell in here. All right, I just wrote a note here, beef jerky. I want to be very clear. That's a strange note, but when you open up a bag, like you're at a convenience station, you open up a bag of beef jerky, you know that smell. I happen to eat a lot of beef jerky when I'm on the road. Seems to be the only way I can get protein, and if there's anything, if you're driving a long distance, and it's that very particular smell and taste, and it's here in this, and it's got maybe I should say like soy sauce too, like so there's like a saltiness to it. Anyway, this is a nice Z2 is nice, but again, like a lot of them that we've tasted here today, it's probably not going to be nice enough to go in that next round. But here we are. That's it. That's the first round. That's the first flight. I've got them all submitted. We're going to take an intermission. But hey, Keith, can I take a question? Just give me like one question before we go to intermission. I'll go ahead and cleanse my palate. No one's asking questions. Okay. Well, how about at the top of the intermission, then I'll, if you have a question, ask a question right now, and I'll answer it as they come in here to start cleaning up.
Here's one for you.
Okay.
What is the most important thing you look for in judging?
Who asked it?
Dr. Detroit.
Dr. Detroit. All right. What you doctoring over there in Detroit, Dr. Detroit? I'd like to know. So when I am judging in Club Marzipan, my community that my whiskey club that I have, we talk a lot about points on the palate. I look for how much surface area is it taking up on the tongue, and that taste mindfulness exercise I talked about, that's part of it. So your tongue is your organ of, this is your tasting organ. So it's your athletic, this is as athletic as like, jumping. I mean, very different, don't get me wrong, but it is your tongue is unique to you. And for me, I have noticed that I choose bourbons based on how many parts of the tongue they populate. And so when I'm going through a flight, whether it's 25 to 100 or even 3, I will rank them based on how many points on the palate do I feel it. And when we get to the finals, I'll talk more about that, presuming that I can still talk. And I will judge I will just completely pick it on how many points of the palate do I feel it. So that's it, like how it feels on the tongue and how many parts of the tongue do I feel it. So we're going to take about a 5-minute break here. They're going to get cleaned up, empty this thing, get some fresh water, get the new flight in here. So stay tuned, don't go anywhere. We've got 75 more to go. Cheers. All right, we're back. Palate's cleansed, doing good. Feel good, and I'm ready to get to it. So let's do A4. So A4, here we go. Ooh. Oh. Oh, it's good. Okay, let's go A5. B7. E8. Wow. Wow. This is so hard. G5. Getting a lot of molasses tonight. H6. Got told to work on my handwriting. H9. I1, which looks like 11. You ever notice how I and 1 can look alike? Conspiracy? Yeah. Aliens. Spilled water on myself. But hey, at least I didn't pee on myself. I1. K1, which is the form I have to file every year, or I expect to file every year with my business partners, but some of them never give me my K1s on time, and I have to pay extensive tardiness fees to the IRS for not filing on time, but it's not my fault because I got my taxes done. K1. It gives me, I feel bad for whatever is in K1 because I have a negative association with K1. I'm just thinking of my business partners that never send me their K1s on time. Motherfuckers. Oh, actually smells nice. Better than my business partners. Looking at you, Nick. All right. Actually, Eric, this smells like fresh toffee. You ever had fresh toffee? You've not? Okay. You like toffee? Okay. Ooh.
Caramel.
You know caramel? Oh, that's good. You're from Kentucky. Also, there's a little bit of like herb in this. Like the herb, you know what I'm saying? Like ganja. K1 is hard for me. This whole flight's been pretty easy for me to score. But this one is, this is outside the lane of what I've been tasting. Honestly, this reminds me, I think this would go really, I think K1 would go great with a cigar. I probably would pick this over the rest of the flight for a cigar, but sipping by itself, doesn't hold up as well, but it's still excellent. And again, I'm using decimals because they have to rank them. I'm doing my best, There's probably going to be some ties, but K2. Hello. Thank you, K2. Thank you. K4. Get on up in here, K4. I almost drank out of my spit cup. Need a palate cleanser? Oh, man. Okay, here we go, K4. Hey, what's 5 plus 7? Cornbread is the right answer. I have issues. I have so many issues. L3.
Is that a 2 or?
That's 92.7. You want me to say them out loud? Would it help?
No, I don't.
Okay. I mean, as the night goes on, my penmanship's going to suck and my words are going to suck. So, giddy up. All right, L3. Isn't that where you have spinal issues in your L3? L4, L5. I thought it was the L3. Here, I thought I knew you. Okay, L3. I know that flavor. L7.
That one, 80.
85.7. L7. Did I spill some on myself? L7, 87.3. He's coming in here with a towel, so I must have spilled something on myself.
Making sure you don't make a mess out of yourself.
Okay. All right, I do have a towel here. All right, so we were at L7, M6. M6. Jesus. What's going on? Spilled water on myself. Okay, M6. Wow. M6 is really delicate. Fruity. Sweet. M6 is what I want to sip at a baseball game, at a play. This is a whiskey that makes me think. I'm looking forward to finding out what M6 is, and I'm going to give it a good score where I think this should put it forward, but I don't know if it will. If not, I think that will put it in the top 50, but M6 is delightful. I like M6 a ton. Okay. N1. Darn, I'm in like a blackjack dealer now. Jeez, Eric. By the way, speaking of blackjack, I've got an event coming up in Las Vegas. It's in the Foundation Room in Mandalay Bay during the big game, which we all know what that is, right? And you can go to my Twitter or my newsletter. There's a few places that you can go and check it out, but we are doing a charity for to helping veterans in Las Vegas. Very excited about that. N1. Oh, that was good. If you haven't already, if you got a watch party going, feel free to P6, take a picture of y'all's group and put it on, tag me on Instagram or on social media. I'll choose a winner, and the winner will get absolutely nothing. But please feel free to, to do that, and I will take a look at all of them, comment, and share. But you will not win anything. But I'd love for you to, to share your party, show me you're having a good time and what have you. Because the reason why I can't send you anything is it's against the rules of YouTube for me to do that. And Eric, I do not want to violate YouTube rules. Google, my boy Dr. Detroit knows. Google will get you. I'll get you. P6. Am I doing better on time this time? Keith's on me like stink on shit on time. Like, move it. You went too far. Went too long. Fucking Keith. Okay, so P6. This is taking me back. Taking me way back. Oh, man. God. This is good, Eric. But I don't know. It's not as good as N1. This is the dilemma, right? You're tasting, and you're like, you really love something, but it's not as good as the last one you had or two ago. But P6 is special. It's very special. I just don't know if it's that next level special. Still, I'm going to grade it to where I think it'll be in that hunt, probably 25, 23 to like 40. But first I got to write some notes. I got to taste it again. Hold on. Damn, that's good. R8. Can you check the cork on, if there's a cork at all, can you check the top of R8? The bottle that it came from? See if there is some kind of residue or something there. And either way, can I get a repour on R8? I get this weird like resin taste to it. Something tastes off with what's in glass R8. And huh? It is a rubber cork. It is? Okay.
All I'm telling you.
Okay.
All you get.
Okay. This is R8. All right, thank you. You can leave that here so I don't fuck up and call it H9 or something. Excuse my language. Again, apologies if I offend you. Fucking. Y'all, I've said this time and time again. I'm very sensitive to oak, to plastics, things like that. And I called it out. I just straight up said, can you take a look at the top? It tasted like there was some kind of resin or some. It's something that reminded me of like a vintage screw cap, and that transferred over into whatever R8 is. Like I don't know. Like I asked them to check the bottle. I haven't seen the bottles. Everyone's pouring it. I have nothing to do with the pouring side of it. I don't know what I'm tasting, but I'm just telling you, I taste plastic in R8. I can only judge things based on what I taste. Okay, so I hate to give the grade that I'm about to give, but it is entirely based on this kind of resin note that I'm getting, and there's no way around it. Like I have to think that it's from that plastic cork or synthetic cork. So I hate to do this, but this is my tasting, and I'm being as honest as I possibly can be. I mean, after the resin note, there is like some pear, and that's nice. But even still, it's still drinkable. But that score definitely not positive. Okay, so S2. You want the R8? Both of them? You want to drink it? Just want one R8? All right, they're wanting to drink it. Okay, S2, 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 S2. All right, here we go. You ever had grits as a kid? I had a lot of grits when I was in boot camp. Took me a while to not eat grits after. Took me a while to eat grits again after that, but it smells like grits coming right off that stove with a little bit of mint. A wide range of flavors here. really what it reminds me of is if somebody, made like a grit cake at a barbecue and topped it with some mint. Very nice. S2 is very nice, but not going to make it to that next level. U7. U7. Shit. I spilled water all over myself again. Might have to get an actual cup. The water bottle. I don't think it's the water bottle. I think it's me. U7. I'm going to get a cup for the next round. Okay, V3. Thank you. Do a little palate cleanser here before we get to V3. And you all get your questions in. We're not far from a break. I would like to take a question before we clear off. So get your questions in. V3. It's like my third or fourth time to write yams. I might be like, because I'm eating a lot of them because it's the holiday season, because it's a very particular note. But I'm getting a lot of yam notes here tonight. It's kind of unique. I don't often get that. Sorry, you need to be able to read my handwriting. Eric, am I scoring these in a way that is helping you sort through them okay? So far?
No problem.
Yeah, so far so good? All right, good. All right, V4. Viva la 4. All right. V4. V4 is kind of like a burnt toast with apple butter. Like a little breakfast dish that I had a lot growing up. So now we go to V7. That sound right? Okay. Have I missed? Then we got W4, W9, and WY6. Is that right?
Yep.
Okay. V7. How many of you all feel like tonight is like bingo? I do. Is my number going to get called? I don't know. It's got like a pork note to it. I don't know. I can't, maybe apricot. I mean, V7, where'd you go? Where'd you go? Oh, there it is. B7 to me is one of those products that is really good, but it's not great. So it's going to be on the outside looking in, that top 25. W4. W4. We all know it. Speaking of tax season, we all know what a W4 is. Okay. There we go. It smells great. Sometimes you taste something that just like grabs your tongue and you're like, oh man, I'm so glad. I'm so glad I'm tasting this right now. W4, I don't know what this is, but this is what I want to kind of sip by myself. When this is all over, I might reach to this. I don't know where it's going to end up. I'm going to score it well, but it's complicated. There's a lot going on here. It's hitting every single inch of my tongue. And it's very attractive to me. I love how it feels. Okay, W9. Wow. Wow, that's another good one. Woo! Woo! Ah. That's like taking control of my tongue. It might make me do things. I'm not saying it's the best thing I've tasted so far, but I'm saying it might be the best thing I've tasted so far. I'm just saying, whatever W9 is like, holy, cutting back on my cussing. This is fucking amazing. Sorry. Damn. Damn. I love you, W9. How about you and I go back on a park bench later on when the sun's setting? Just me and you. Hey, what's up, W9? You from around here? I have issues. Okay, so let me get to it. Complex. Love it. I'm scoring this super high. I've got to make sure W9 goes forward. Don't know what it is, but this is very special to my tongue. I love it. 97.1. I think that might be my highest score so far. Y6. Now that's different. Boy. So that's smoky. The nose is very much like campfire smoke. All kinds of smoke action going on with this. So it's Smoke City. But anytime I get something that's smoky, I want to taste something else after the smoke, right? But I'm mostly tasting the smoke. And So it leaves a little bit to be desired. Still, very good, especially if you want some smoke in your life. Do you want that smoke? Okay, so I'm going to give this one. All right. Okay, and that's it, right, for this flight? All right, so we're going to take a question real quick before we have an intermission.
3 quick questions.
3 quick questions. So that means I did well on time.
No.
I didn't do well on time. How long was it?
38 minutes.
That was good. 38 minutes was good for all that.
All right.
You want it faster? I can't do faster. That's the best I can do.
Clada guy
Claudia guy?
says, Fred, what do you eat in order to prepare for a night like this?
Good question, Claudia guy. I have a very particular ritual, and I cannot really explain it, other than that when I don't follow that ritual, I feel like absolute horseshit later on. And that is, I eat a ton of lamb. Eat a lot of lamb. I don't know what it is about lamb, but lamb somehow helps me process. And the other thing is, I drink a lot of coconut water, and so all of that helps me process. But so I eat a lot of fats, and I eat a lot of protein. So that's a big part of it.
I'm not sure who this one's from, but how do you evaluate a whiskey that is significantly lower proof than the one right next to it? Is it tasting one?
Yeah. I think that proof can obviously have an impact in a tasting, but lower proof does not mean it's inferior to a higher proof necessarily. And you have to be able to discern the flavor of alcohol over the flavor of how it was made. And so there's a lot of lower proof whiskeys that are complex based on their ingredients, and the proof can often mask flaws. And so, you know, I'm pretty sure that the one that had like the plastic note to it, pretty sure that was high proof, and you know, that didn't save it for me. And there were several of them in here that were high proof that were not as good as what I surmised to be lower proof. So I think you got to look for how your tongue feels. And, you know, proof can be a positive attribute, but it can also be detrimental. Next.
Bourbon Shotty 74
Bourbon Shotty 74
asks, are you wearing pants?
I think the better question is, am I wearing underwear? But I am wearing pants. Voila! Can they see my pants?
Yes.
All right. All right. But I am also wearing underwear. Is that good?
Yep.
See you in 5 minutes. Welcome back to my Top 100. I'm Fred Minnick, and welcome to tonight's tasting. All right, that's enough of that kind of like fake Anchorman shit. So far, I'm halfway through the initial tasting. How do I feel? Well, I gotta tell you, I feel a lot better than I thought I would. My palate feels great, absolutely great. I just did a cleanse, a palate cleanse, a lengthy one. And it honestly, I feel like this is the best my palate's ever been for a top 100. And I feel like it's the best it's ever been for like a tasting competition. And I really do put a lot of thought into the like my physical shape, like where I am in comparison to previous years. Like I told you earlier, like I've been really focusing on my fitness, and got to tell you, I feel it. I feel it right now. I feel great. And my nose is even better than my tongue. And that's like I'm smelling things right now. I'm feeling really in my element. Now, I really do want to go back through this video and see where everyone was watching this from. So if you can put in the chat where you're from, what you're drinking tonight, who you're watching with, that'd mean a lot to me when I go back and watch this. You can tag me on Instagram if you want to, or TikTok or wherever. Not that I'm on TikTok. Well, I think I am, but I don't really do anything there. But I will absolutely go back and check it all out, because this is my biggest night of the year. This is, as someone put in on Instagram today. This is the Super Bowl for whiskey geeks, and that actually meant a lot to me, especially since I actually do work at the Super Bowl, and that I'm always working with people who are not familiar to whiskey. My entire profession is about educating people, teaching people about whiskey in every facet. And the geeks, you all are my community, and you all have no idea how much I love the whiskey community and how much this whiskey community means to me. And anytime there's a disaster, we're there for one another. When someone falls, we help them get back up. I've been a part of a lot of things in my life, and I have never seen a more philanthropic group than whiskey drinkers. So I just wanted to say that real quick. If you could be so kind, put it in the chat or tag me on Instagram with your friends about where you're watching and what you're sipping with. All right, so I'm going to start with A2. I feel like we already tasted A2. No, we definitely did not taste A2. All right, well, I've been drinking all night, so what the fuck do I know?
Tasted an A.
I did taste an A. And I made an A once in college. Once, yeah. Believe it or not, I did not graduate with a high grade point average. A2 93. A7. Getting my A7 on up in here. All right. B2. Wow. B8. Huh. This smells like an old Dusty. C6. Hello. Hello, C6. What are you wearing? You from around here? My God. You know, I met my wife on eHarmony, and I'm so thankful that I did not actually meet her in like a real place before, you know, because I could like use my writing and everything to like win her over and like conversations, and I wasn't my awkward, weird self in person with her. But I guarantee you that if we met in a bar, we would not have gotten married. So the only place we could have like met and hooked up was eHarmony or someplace like that. And by the way, she was my first match. She was my number one match in the entire country. I was like, okay, go see this guy if you're desperate. You know, I was on that list. So, man, sometimes I get kind of emotional because I'm like so thankful. Like she decided to, you know, settle for me because I definitely outkicked my coverage. She is awesome. Hold on now. Don't you come in here trying to take C6. This is good. Really good. Got the hazelnut vibes to it. And some kind of pecan. I do love me some pecan now, Eric. Yes, sir. D3. I was just watching the D3 football championship the other day. And you know, there's a sizable difference, literally, between that and D1 and then the speed. But most importantly, it's the headgear and stuff that they wear, right? They have like these uniforms that are like clunky, but not like all straight laced and everything. Kind of feel like they don't have equipment managers. Which, if you're an equipment manager for a D3 program and I offended you, I do apologize. I have a habit of saying things, random things like that, such as pipe fitters. And long story. All right, D3 is a really good example of what I perceived as to be a lower proof than C6 and B8. It has a lot of depth to it. I feel it all over my tongue. There's a ton of flavor here. but I can definitely feel that it doesn't have the heat that the previous two did. But it's in that same league. You know, D3 is a contender, and it is very good, but it is soft. First time I've written rosemary tonight, I'll tell you that. E6. That's what I got out of the military as an E6. Staff sergeant.
91 point what?
91 point. That's an 8. Well, hello, E6. What's going on up in here? There's people outside the window with hoodlums in the mist. All right. F5. F5. Yep, I know. I'm just, I'm speaking out loud so I can think. Need a palate cleanser here. F5. F5, staying alive. Well, that could be a palate killer if you're not ready for it. Which, that's a lot of smoke. That's a lot of intensity. Whew, just kind of right there in the middle of the flight. Bam. I said this earlier. When you taste smoke, you've got to taste something after smoke. Obviously, I like F5. F5's here because I chose it to be here. But when you get it in the actual flight, it's like, what if is your main attribute smoke? Do you have anything after the smoke? And I tasted it, and all I got was smoke. I'm going to retaste it, but I'm going to have to cleanse my palate right afterward. I was not ready for that level of smoke, but I did know that there was going to be smokiness in here. So, like, you go through every one of these thinking that there could be something there, but you don't know. Like, I did not dictate the order, but I did have a couple requests. Like, I wanted to have types somewhat grouped together. Like, I didn't want to have one type grouped in with the other one for my palate fatigue, but this one just kind of came out of nowhere for me. Taste it again. Okay. Now that I'm a little bit more ready for it, it's not as overpowering for me. It's still not as. It's still not. It's still not that next level. Like, so it's just smoke. And then there's a few things underneath it. But, I mean, I spent a lot of time on it. I need to get to other stuff. But smoke, there's some orange notes to it. Vanilla and cola. But I just got the note that I need to speed the fuck up. All right. All right, H3. Yeah, F5 was a bummer. That bummed me out. I was not ready for that. H3. Well, now we're talking. So there's some smoke on H3. Not overpowering, no. You can still taste a lot of things. H4. Wow. H4 is a major contender. Absolutely delicious. I3. Ooh, I like that. $87.6.
87.6.
87.6. I8. Keith, are you drinking?
Yes.
The guy who's running this whole thing, making sure everything's operationally sound, who's giving me shit about fucking moving it up on time, is over here sloshing back like a bottle and is on my shit about speeding up when I'm trying to give every single glass its proper due. He's back here kicking it back. And what's he drinking? Probably Michter's 25-year-old. Probably Pappy 15. I mean, come on, Keith. Am I right, people? You know, put it in the chat. I mean, what's up with Keith? Over here busting my balls, and he's like, you know, dropping the shit down his throat. I'm working here. You lost your right to rush me now. Cheers. I ate. Ah, that smells like bitter revenge. good though. Buttered popcorn up in here. K3. Here we go. Make sure you get those questions ready for me. We're almost halfway through this flight. L4. Lumbar 4. Coming at you. Shit. Well, I do believe this is a part of tasting 100 spirits, yeah? You're gonna spill a little bit on yourself. But at least it ain't a McRib. Because if it was a McRib, why, that'd be downright gross. Yeah. Getting that oil's all up on me. I couldn't get it out of my jacket now. And are those real onions? Yes, they are. I love the McRib. Ooh, coffee. All right, so a little editorial on L4. Man, I love it. This is exactly what I need to taste right now. Like, it is so good. Coffee, hazelnut. It is lighting my tongue up with flavors. And, you know, my instinct is that this is, you know, some single malt that is like really kind of, you know, is doing something special with their fermentation or the distillation. I don't know, but this has got all the ingredients of somebody who loves whiskey. But if you're a bourbon only fan, you are gonna hate L4 with a passion. It's gonna taste like, you know, coffee, and you're not gonna like coffee. Like this particular note, I just L4 is one of those. This is my ranking, right? But if I were tasting this for like a recommendation for somebody, I would say if you're a Blanton's fan, you're not going to like L4. If you're someone who chases just bourbon, you're not going to like L4. But if you have an open mind to what American whiskey is, then L4 is your jam, and I'm going to score this very highly. I don't know where this is going to put it, but this is a really, really great whiskey. It's fan-friggin-tastic. Okay, so we're to M5. M5? Yep. All right. I think I got a little bit of whiskey on my thing there. All right, M5. Woo! Butter my biscuits over here, M5. Mm. I'm trying to say orange creamsicle, but I'm just going to write orange cream. You can hopefully, you can figure that on your own. But then corn pudding. Like it a lot. Oh, wait. Q8. Q8. This is why the judging steward is here, for when I can't read something. He steps in. By the way, if you think that you could do this and not, get in a chuckle here and there, you are wrong. This is a lot of work, but good work. Also, if I feel up for it, I feel like a beer after this. What do you say, Eric? You want 4 beers after this? I could probably only have one.
I'm a judge. I'm not drinking.
Yeah. Holy shit, take my socks and call me Sally. This is delicious. Q8. Woo! Q8. Damn. I cannot get over that pepper note. Damn. This is gorgeous. I'm just going to go right to it. Q8. And I need R4. You already drinking back there, Eric?
Huh?
You already drinking?
No.
All right. Glad to see someone's kept it together. R4. I'm fucking with Keith. I couldn't do this without him. But I'm going to fuck with him. That's what you do with your friends, right? I just splashed some whiskey in my eye. Give me a second. And you realize that if you're my friend, and I'm not fucking with you, then you need to start worrying about our friendship. Just who I am. Sorry. All right, R4. I still respect people. Don't get me wrong. T3. T3. Oh boy. I like the way the oak comes off in T3. So T3 has this horrible distinction of having a note in there that reminds me of having a cherry throat lozenger, and I don't want that. Everything else is great with it, but man, it's almost like a cherry cough syrup, but it's a cherry throat lozenger. Like I don't know whatever it is, but I don't want to taste that. Still, I'm gonna score it well. It's my list, so it's on this list for a reason, but not it. T5. Woo. T5. Now we're talking. Classic. Oh, yeah. I'm about to write something down here, and it might throw you for a loop, but if you've ever had like a red bean curd like roll, like a Korean roll, oh, you know what I'm talking about here. Red bean curd. And if you don't know that, find yourself a Korean baker and go get the red bean curd. It's delicious. Oh, okay. I'm hanging in there. T7. Can I get a refill on water, please? Thank you. T7. Thank you, T7. You're coming in my life right now when I need you. Oh, damn. Oh, man. Oh, T7. I want to take it slow, T7. I need to take it slow with you. But damn. You are fine. So much honey in this. Marmalade. And some like apricot. I'm going to give this a 93.7. Okay. H3 or U3. I am not actually drinking the whiskey. I am spitting, but I am drinking an enormous amount of water. And that is one of the keys to being a taster. You also need to cleanse your palate, which I'm going to do right now. As I said before, I use Munster cheese, kind of fatten the tongue up. Then I'll use an almond, which has a bitterness, will kind of like clean that slate a little bit. And then I'll sip some soda water. And what I'm looking for in this time frame, I want to make sure that my tongue is, well, working. And I feel all over. And so tonight is the first time that I'm going to go through that next step. I'm going to use a unsalted cracker. And if I cannot feel it all over my tongue, then I know we got a problem. Feel it everywhere. I just, we're pretty long on the flight. We're almost done with this one. And that'll be 75, and we're almost through the whole thing. So I just wanted to do a palate check in there. We're good. We're good to go. U3. You think U3's U2's big brother? I'll be here all day. That was bad. I will admit that was bad. But they are coming out with a whiskey, so at least they were supposed to be. All right. V6. Oak. X4. X4. I'm okay now? All right. In case you're wondering who's emptying my spit cup, I am. I don't want to make someone else do that. Yeah. That's nasty. X4. Ooh. Takes me back to chewing tobacco. Little Levi Garrett action. Little deeper Copenhagen. Bitter. Bitter. Y1. Y1. Hello, Y1. What's going on over here? Shit. Water. Oh my God, that's so good. Oh, I keep spilling water on myself. But Y1 is fucking good. Why are you laughing? Fucker. I have several people back here helping me. One guy's name is Keith, and he's laughing at me for spilling water on myself while I'm tasting Y1. But Y1, I want you to know that I will not let Keith's meanness affect my palate for you because you are lovely. Y7. All right. So let's. That does the flight here. Let's go ahead and get to a couple questions. Oh, yeah. Go ahead.
All right, Shannon McCoy.
Shannon McCoy.
Yeah, new to whiskey. How does one begin to identify flavors rather than tasting fire?
Well. So Shannon asked a question like, how do you identify flavors instead of just tasting fire? Well, this is pretty common for new drinkers in whiskey, Shannon. So first of all, don't feel bad about it. My recommendation is ask yourself, how are you drinking it? And the reason why I say that is when I sit down with people who are new to whiskey, they always say it's like fiery. I sit down with them, I ask them to drink it, and they like drink 2 ounces. They put 2 ounces on their mouth, or an ounce or half an ounce, and that's way too much whiskey for anybody to have on their tongue. So you have got to like focus on little thimble size amounts hitting your tongue. If you take a look, I mean, look at this. That's a full pour for a lot of people. I'm not putting a lot in my mouth. I'm putting a little bit there. So you have got to like probably look at how much you're putting in on your tongue. And when you put a little bit on there, then I want you to like focus on like when you look at the flavors, I want you to think about where it's hitting your tongue. And then go back and taste it again and think about things that you feel on that tongue often. And that's the taste mindfulness thing. And everybody is unique. Everyone's tongue is different. Everyone's palate is different. Everyone, like how their memories, their taste memories, the things they've experienced in their life. We're all unique when it comes to taste. So my recommendation to you is take a look at how much you are tasting in that moment. And if you put a little thimble amount on your tongue and it's still hurting or it's still too much fire, add water. Work yourself up to it. All right, next question.
Ben Kerr.
Ben Kerr. All right. Hey, Ben.
Do you feel the effects of the whiskey even with the spit cup, and how are you feeling?
Ben Kerr asked the question, do I feel the effects of the whiskey even with the spit cup, and how am I doing? Well, Ben, thank you for that thoughtful comment or question there. Yes, I do feel it. Yeah, I do. It goes in through the cheek. I do my best to manage it. Obviously, I am spitting, right? I think I'm able to complete full sentences in the course of a conversation as well as writing it down. So I am very cautious of that. But what I'm focusing more than anything is my tongue and how my tongue feels. And my regimen here of the Monster cheese, the almonds, the crackers, the soda water, all those things help me find out where I'm at. In terms of where I'm feeling right now, how I'm feeling right now, the biggest pain in the ass I have is Keith, telling me that I'm taking too long on a certain area. So other than that, like, I'm great. Next question, Keith.
I'm glad you're feeling good.
Oh, good. Yeah, I'm feeling great.
Stymie Snurdly.
Stymie Snurdly? Oh,
Yes. Are you making an amazing infinity bottle off to the side tonight, and is it available?
That's a great question. There's a whole team that's doing the pouring and pouring stuff out. So the question was, am I taking the whiskeys that we're doing tonight and making an infinity bottle, and is it available? Well, one, it would be against the law and the rules of every respected ABC in this entire country for me to sell alcohol because I don't have a license as a retailer to sell alcohol. And I certainly would not ship alcohol if somebody were to purchase it from me, and I would not sell alcohol, so you could not purchase it from me anyway. I hope people can get that. But I don't know what the crew's doing with the whiskey. They may actually, I think they're all drinking it from the laughter I'm hearing. But I know Keith is, this motherfucker. Sorry, I apologize, Keith. I love you. But no, I do actually have blends from my past podcast guests that I have on a shelf back there, and so I have done that. One of these days, I'm going to work up the courage to send a bottle to Jason from Mash and Drum for his Blend-A-Geddon, but I haven't actually really put the effort into it to do it. I just like, I have all these random bottles and I don't even know what half of them are. But one of these days I will submit to the Blend-A-Geddon. If you're not following Jason of Mash and Drum, he's one of my favorite people in the world. Go check him out. Anyway, are we good? We go take a break now? All right, yeah. Next up is the last 25 before we, conclude the top 25. There's going to be a scroller. What do you call it?
Ticker.
There's going to be a ticker at the bottom that tells you the ranks. And remember, the ranking is based off of my scoring that I've been writing down. And we will have the 100 to 26 for you after I'm done with the next flight. And then I'm going to taste the top 25 and rank them for, to conclude the top 100. But again, I don't know what I'm tasting. This is all being done for me behind the scenes. So thank you. We'll see you in 5 minutes. Got some spit to pour out. Cheers. Hey, welcome back. This is the final flight before we do the final rankings of my top 100, and I'm feeling pretty good. Feeling pretty good. Am I feeling the effects of the alcohol? Is it going through my cheeks? Absolutely. But am I stammering? Am I falling over? I don't think so. I'm still able to write, and my palate feels great, and I feel really good right now. So I think that's important to note as I go into this final flight. I also want to point out that my crew just told me that Pawn Stars. I was just on Pawn Stars, so like people were like watching and commenting in the chat. Like I'm not observing the chat. I'm not, when we're on a break, I'm not on social media. Nothing. I'm not doing anything. Well, getting myself ready for the next round, but I'm not doing anything. But people were telling me like they were saying that like, hey, you were on Pawn Stars tonight. I was like, oh, that's right. I forgot about that. And they did tell me that my Pawn Stars episode was airing December 20th, but it was already after I had already scheduled my top 100. And I'm like, yeah. At the time, I just kind of like dismissed it. I thought it'd be, I didn't think they would like cross over, but shoot. Sorry about that. So, sorry about that, Pawn Stars. Thank you for having me. Look forward to coming back. But next time, I will do a better job of promoting it. But I will say that if you watch the Pawn Stars and this, you deserve something. I just don't know what, but something. You deserve something. I wish I could give you these samples, but again, it's against the laws for me to ship you alcohol and to sell alcohol because I do not have a license to sell alcohol. Can't do that. B6, let's get this going. Right, Eric? Let's do it. B6, we're going to start with B6. Ooh, ooh. Oh, B6. Talk to me, B6. It's delicious. C2. This is glass number 77 that I will have tasted tonight. Hello, C2. I don't smoke, but I had a menthol cigarette once. And C2 has like a menthol cigarette note to it. Not saying that's good or bad. Just saying I taste a menthol cigarette. F1 or Formula One. Formula One was about to die until that Netflix series came on, Eric. You know about that? Are you a Formula One fan? Put it in the comment section, or I'm sorry, the chat, because I really would like to get into Formula One. I don't know why, but it just seems cool. And I have watched a few races. Eric doesn't like it. He likes betting the ponies. F6. Oh my God. Here we go. This tastes like salted ice. You know the the like the salt that you make ice cream with. Like there's like if you make ice cream, like there's like a big thick salt and like ice cream. Somebody's got to have had that before. Like you know, that old hand turn thing. F6 kind of nice. I'm gonna say hand turn ice cream thing. And I hope that resonates with somebody. F8. Okay. Hey. What's going on, F8? You're smelling quite nice. Got some age on it. Oh my God. Oh. Inflate my tires and butter my biscuits. This is delicious. I don't even know what to say about it. I'm trying to find the words to say what I like about F8, but it is woo. Damn. Oh. Shit. That's good, Eric. I'm gonna taste it again. All right. Definitely molasses. All right. That's fucking good. That's 96.8 for F8. And now we go to G6. G6. All right. Well, that's also smelling pretty damn good. Really fucking good. Damn it. This is so fucking hard. I apologize for the language. Oh, yes. H1. I'm going to reserve comment to what H1 makes me think of, but feel free to put it in the chat what you think H1 makes me think of. I won't respond, but put it in the chat anyway. I'd love to look at it. Okay, through that first one of, so I'm in the 80s now. All right, I need a palate check. I'm gonna cleanse it first. My tongue is feeling good. But I ain't gonna lie. It's getting worked. It's getting worked good. Work. It may be raw at the end of the night. I'll wake up tomorrow. My tongue's on the other side of my bed. But it's still working. I know that. I can feel everything all over. I4. Molasses. Fig. Holy shit, that's good. I7. Isn't there a highway in Washington, I7? Is that DC? No, Washington the state. That's one of my favorite states to visit. I love the state of Washington. And I'm rooting for Washington to win the national championship. Or Alabama. Just not Texas. Maybe Michigan. It's probably going to be Harbaugh's last year. But you're not here for my college football analysis. I9. But I put a note of sack of potatoes in there. That was for my nose, not my flavor, not my taste. I don't lick sacks of potatoes. Regularly, anyway. What's that?
What's sacks do you stand?
That is an inappropriate question, Keith. Keith coming back with a very inappropriate question. And I'm going to go into I9 now. Because I'm above board as an American. Well, I dropped the pen. I'm at a loss. I don't know what that fucking is. There was something about I9 I didn't like. Next one. K5. How we doing, Eric? You okay? Good? Your back's okay? All right, good. You notice I'm going to the palate cleanser a little bit more frequently now. Well, I'm in the shit right now, so I gotta make sure each glass gets its proper palate, and it'd be pretty shitty of me if I had a fucked up palate and I didn't, and I rated it poorly, and it was something that was better than what I rated it. So this is how spirits competitions go. You get placed where you're placed. You cannot dictate where you are in a flight. And if your whiskey can stand up, no matter where a judge is, then your whiskey's good, right? And so we're seeing that here. I've been scoring things consistently throughout, and I feel like after I9, there was a note in there. I could not figure out what it was. And sometimes there's a description, and then there's the taste. And I could taste it, but I could not figure out what it was. So I want to make sure that I am giving every glass my all. And I couldn't figure out the description on I9, but it didn't matter. It wasn't at that level for me to like really spend a lot of time on. But my point to all that is like I'm giving each one of these glasses as much as I possibly can. K5. K5 is K all right. Ooh. That's spicy. Ninety-one point 91.6 for K5, K8. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. I feel like the kid that stuck his tongue on the pole in A Christmas Story. Holy shit. I was not ready for that. Woo! It is like penetrating every single inch of my mouth, the top of my lips, under my tongue, the back of my tongue, on the tongue, everywhere, the roof of my palate. This is spice personified. This is imagine what a ghost pepper would taste like. This is so friggin' spicy. And I'm so thankful that I did not get this at the beginning of my whole competition, my whole tasting, because this would have killed my palate. This is like, this wrecks you and like throws you across the room and says, hey, come back for more. Damn. Woo! But it's damn good. Damn good. Question is, do you like spice, right? If you don't like spice, then stay away from K8. If you like traditional bourbons or something like that, then stay away from K8. But if you want a whiskey that's going to grab you by your tongue, pull you out, take you across the street and slap you in the face and then throw you in the ditch later, K8 is your jam. This is a delicious spice bomb. M9. Okay, let's do it. You drinking again, Keith? Jesus. Apologies for the profanity. All right, M9. N6. Shit, I'm almost done. Ooh. I spy some kind of inner workings of a barrel. Mm. Oh, oh. N6 is like, hey, what's going on up in here? I know you've been tasting this here and here, but I'm here to tell you a story about N6. Damn! I want to say N6, thank you very much for coming to my palate when you did, because I feel it all over. Literally. Good. I'm just going to say spice, sweet, smoke. Scoring that a 93, 4.25. 93.425. Because I know I had some other 93s, 0.4 somethings or other. N7, is that right? No? Next. Great. All right. All right, N7. Let's do this. You and me. Okay. Let's see what you're saying there, N7. You want to go to the tack room. Play a little horsey. I liked N7. It had like this hot cocoa note to it. Little marshmallows in there, but next P2. Hey, Eric, you got a P2? Sorry. I'm sorry. That was so dumb. That was so stupid. I can't help it. I'm also stupid. All right, P2. Ooh. All right, make sure you all are getting your questions in because I will take a question after the conclusion of this flight. P3, Eric. P motherfucking 3. Again, apologies for my horrible language. Huh. Huh?
Is that a 7?
That's an 89.3. P4. Need a palate time. So, little story for you. When I first started writing about the spirits industry, there were not a lot of people doing it. There was one guy named Chuck Cowdery. He's written several books on American whiskey. He's like a god to me. And I'd been in the industry for about almost 8 years, 8, 9 years, something like that. And I get invited to go to Canada for a Canadian whiskey trip. And Chuck Cowdery was on that trip. And there was a moment where I was like, oh my God, I'm hanging out with Chuck Cowdery. I was like, I didn't know how to react to him. And he was like, so kind, courteous. We'd talk history and all this stuff. And there's a lot of cocktail writers there, but we were the only really American whiskey-centric people there. I think Mark Gillespie might have been there. So there was, you know, Mark, Chuck, and myself. I don't remember. Was Mark there? Anyway, it doesn't matter. But I was just like in awe of Chuck, and he and I have become the best of friends. He's like this curmudgeon, you know, and I just respect everything that he's done over the years. And I tell you that story because it's crazy to me as I'm tasting this. I'm doing this American whiskey tasting. I met one of my icons in Canada, where, by the way, I got detained. The airport in Canada detained me because they said I was a threat due to my military service. It was very weird. All right, I need a refill here. P4. We're on the final stretch. Palate feels good. Thank you, Keith. So, what I really like about P4, and I graded it as such, I love honey butter, and that had a beautiful honey butter note to it. Q4? 94.2. Par 7. Damn! Can I get a fan in here? Fucking spicy assholes in this son of a bitch. By spicy asshole, I meant that as a compliment to R7. By no means did I mean this as an insult to R7 or anyone who likes to spice up their own asshole, which we know who you are. That's so good. Okay, T9. Holy shit, I only got 5 to go. Damn. 5 to go. I just plopped a little spit on my face. That is not good. I do want to remind you all that this is live. This is not pre-recorded. This is not taped. I'm tasting all these right now. The questions that come in, I hope show that. I do not know what I am tasting. I have people pouring for me. I have a judging steward. And I have an incredible film crew. So, as we're about to round this up, while I still have the faculties, I just want to say thank you to everyone. You guys are awesome. Absolutely awesome. So put it in the chat what you like about tonight in terms of the format and everything. And, you know, please thank the crew putting this together. Because there's 5, 6 people in here, maybe 7. I don't know. I saw someone walk in and steal a bottle. So I don't know if they stuck around. But, you know, if you can, just put in the chat, you know, thanking them. And then there's someone else that wanted to be here to steal another bottle, but they didn't make it. They're in Colorado, and they know who they are. All right, T9. Damn, we're really getting good. Oh my God, so much spice. But after the spice, there's not a whole lot of other stuff. Like the other spice bombs that I've had, they're like spice and then a little bit something else. This is kind of limited to spice, so I'm going to judge it based on that. That is an 89. All right. Here we are. We've been waiting for this, everybody. You too. And Bono, like I said earlier, they're starting a whiskey. I don't know what it's called, but. What'd you say?
Rattle and Home.
That's Rattle and Home? That's the name of it? You made that up? Yeah. All right. I recently did an interview about, somebody asked me about my thoughts on U2, and I think they thought I was going to say some, like, oh, they changed my life, they were my band. But they weren't, you know? I mean, they're fine, but Candlebox, Metallica, Stone Temple Pilots, Soundgarden, Tool, Pucifer, Perfect Circle, you know, since we're talking about Maynard, but I mean, hell, I'm a metal guy. I love hard rock, metal. I actually like country too. I also like acoustic stuff, but something about U2 just never really did it for me at a high level. Bono will not come on the Fred Minnick show. So U2 tastes like sugar cane and berries. So like the Caribbean. That's a good thing, right? Well, my penmanship's starting to suck. Only got 3 left, y'all. V2. Hey, at least it wasn't VD, am I right? That was so stupid. But it was funny at the same time. All right, V2. Sorry, V2. I'll give you my everything. Oh, shit. Damn. That's good, Eric. That is good. This reminds me of rum I've had before. Oh my God. Just put Y3 and Z7 down. Just put them both down. The last two, y'all. I cannot tell you how excited I am to get to the last two and still being able to like talk and write and stand up if I need to. Which, by the way, look at this. Oh, what? Look at that. I got a new desk. Isn't that cool? Wait. Watch it one more time. See that? Oh, wait, stop. There you go. We had thought about me standing, and then it occurred to somebody in our team that, hey, Fred, maybe there's a point in the night where you can't stand anymore. I'm like, you know what? That's a good point. We'll stick to sitting. So let's go to Y3. Hello, Y3. Why you been waiting so long to get to me? It tastes lovely. Smelling lovely. Okay. I get it. You're spicy. Fuck. Jesus. Slow down. But Y3, you got the problem that a lot of your kind do. You're so spicy, you're not bringing anything else to the table. And that bothers me a little bit because some of the other ones that were really spicy brought other things to the table. So you're a spice bomb, but kind of like saying, leaving me to wonder, like, is there something else there? And I don't know if there is. Spice bomb. But your spice is so good, you're going to warrant a score in the 90s. This is it, y'all. This is the last one before the top 100 is finalized, and I get the top 25 brought back in. Some bitch. I cannot believe I'm here. And Z7, you are, what do they call the last one in the draft? Mr. Irrelevant? You, Z7, are Brock Purdy. Let's go. Okay. Herbal. Dill pickle. A little kind of something else. All right. I'm done. I did it. I friggin' did it. I just tasted 100 spirits for me to taste 25 more. Here we go. All right, so Keith, you got some questions?
Yeah, I got a couple questions for you.
Okay.
Bringing back the spicy asshole segment. Bugs asked, are spicy hot foods detrimental or beneficial for the palate long term, not specifically while tasting?
Bugs asked the question is, are spicy foods detrimental to the palate? About right?
Long term, not
Long term. Well, I think you have to realize that what I am doing is different than a food critic, right? So the alcohol by volume of every one of these whiskeys is going to be significantly more impactful on one's tongue than, say, critiquing a restaurant. And so when you hear food critics, they try to be a little bit more standardized before they go into review something. I am the opposite. I feel like spice helps propel my palate. The things that I think hurt my palate are dairy. So dairy, like in large quantities over time, kind of make me gassy. So I feel like gas is like bad for me. So when I'm preparing for a major tasting, I won't have any dairy. Like what I mean by dairy, I mean milk. Like cheese, I'm fine with cheese. Like my wife will tell you, I'm fine with cheese. But I cannot have milk prior to a tasting. I have actually studied it. Like if I have a glass of milk, I will taste differently the next day. So I've studied myself. Cheese, I'm okay. Especially with like aged cheeses or the like fatty cheeses, I'm okay with that. Like that doesn't bother me, but milk does. Indian food is very good for me. Like the spices that they use in Indian food really helps me. Whereas like Chinese spices will have a little different impact on me. And I think it's sometimes they use a little bit more sugar and that. So I think sugar can have an impact on me, but mostly I'm fine with most things with the minus dairy. But spice I think is good. But you got to realize food criticism is different than spirits criticism, which is different than wine tasting. So.
Last question.
Okay.
Brian Toner.
All right, Brian, how's it going?
Have you had a number one mentor related to bourbon?
Wow, it's a great question, Brian. Brian Toner asked a question: have I had a number one mentor as it relates to bourbon? I've had a lot of mentors. I mentioned Chuck Cowdery. He was big. I've got a gentleman over my shoulder, and Dave Pickrell. He passed away in 2018. He was or 2019. He was big in my life. Parker Beam was huge in my life. But if I had to choose one mentor, it'd be hard for me. I'm in a different position than most people in the business because I'm a writer turned whatever I am now. And when I was writing for magazines, there was one guy who really did take me under his wing and kind of helped me on a lot of areas. And while we disagreed on the Oxford comma, and I still believe the Oxford comma is a waste of space, I know I'm going to get a lot of shit for that, especially from my editors of my new publishing house. But Lou Bryson was probably the guy who kind of helped mold my whiskey voice. And Lou Bryson is this incredible author. He wrote a book called Tasting Whiskey, which is the best-selling book in all of whiskey. And he was my editor, my managing editor at Whiskey Advocate. And he really, he helped me become who I am as a writer. And in that place, in doing so, he helped me find my voice. And so I always look at Lou as probably the guy that had the biggest impact on my voice in whiskey. Were there other people that had unique impacts on me? Absolutely. But I think Lou probably had the biggest impact on me. Good. All right, y'all. Here we go. This is, you all are about to see where things rank. And then I'm going to rank the top 25 as they come to me. And I'm going to go pour out this thing and get ready for you. So here we are. We're in the finals, y'all. I'm still alive. Woo! Cheers. the back area of my office, while in the front area they're pouring and getting everything ready. I don't really know what's going on, but they are getting it ready. I've heard some fighting over trying to sneak a vodka in, so if that happens, the crew will be fired and punished immediately. I'm kidding, of course. But there's no, it's just taking a little time for them to get everything poured, get everything ready. But we're there. But I'll tell you right now, like my palate feels great. I feel good. I'm ready to do this ranking. I was told that we had no ties in the top 25, so it's a clean top 25. But I do also want to say that I'm not tied or I'm not connected to any of the scoring other than writing it on the card and like the pourings and everything. So tonight we're going to crown the best in show for my top 100, right? But also tomorrow I am going to reconfirm the entire ranking. So tonight you're going to see the ranking, but I'm also going to go through and make sure that everything was correct. So while today we are going to have that top 100, thank you for viewing, thank you for staying with me, but we will have that. But at the same time, I'm going to verify it tomorrow, whenever I wake up, hopefully at noon. But so I just wanted to give you a heads up on that, like, something like 89 to like 94 could change a place or two. Now, it won't be significant, but the list that will go on to the website will be there, and it's only because like we're trying to like make sure it's as accurate as possible. But it will be based on the scores and the tasting here right now. So yeah, but so far I feel good. I feel like I still got my faculties. Am I feeling the alcohol? Oh, you absolutely bet. I do feel it, especially on my cheeks. And I want to say that if anyone would like to join us, we're going to probably have a beer at Commonwealth Tap afterward. So I may be down for one beer if you want to come out to my neighborhood and come hang out at Commonwealth Tap when this is over. We'll have a beer and hopefully toast to what is like an incredible champion. But this night has been very rewarding for me because I've put a lot into preparing myself, preparing my palate, and thinking through the process and how I wanted to taste things. And this has been the most rewarding top 100 I've done. And it's also been a testament to the people helping me. Alex, Keith, Mike, Kevin, Eric, everyone's just been absolutely phenomenal. Who did I miss? Who did I miss? Billy? I missed somebody. I fucked up. So I knew I would. I'm going off the fly here after tasting 100. Here we go. It's coming in. Come on in. For real, though, who did I miss? I didn't miss anyone?
No.
All right. A4. B1. C3. Oh, how are you doing this? What are you doing here?
Just straight lines across.
Straight line across?
Yeah, we're going to have 4 rows.
4 rows, okay. E3, all right.
That's your first row.
That's my first row, okay. E8. F8. G5. H4. H8. J5. K2. K8. L4. M6. N1. Thank you. Make sure I get the cards too. Okay, here we go. Who's calling out? Is Clay here? Oh. The call out is for those who are here, but I do love you, Clay. He knows I love him. Dear God, I can't do anything without that guy. He's like my heart and soul. No, for real, man. I have an incredible team. Olivia, Rebecca, Clay, Jacqueline, Andrew. You know, I have a lot of people who help me out. Kevin Gibson, managing FredMinnick.com, and I'm so thankful for everyone. My team on the Ascots, Carissa, and you know, Ed, Cullen, all amazing. I've got come on in. Of course, I do the podcast. You know, it's a little awkward for me because my podcast partners actually have a product in here that is in the top 100. I don't know how it fared, but I'm looking forward to that. But Ryan, Kinney, great people. Lauren, though, is really who runs the show at Bourbon Pursuit. You know, she's the one who really calls the shots. But you know, those guys are absolutely great. And here we are, the final 25. This is all of it, right? This is it. Okay.
Correction, there was a tie for 25th.
There was a tie for 25th, so we got 26.
We have 28. There's a three-way.
We have a three-way tie for 28, so or three-way tie for 25, so we have 26.
Yeah.
Oh my God. All right. Okay.
You can do it.
I can do it. All right, I just need those.
Water?
I'm good on water. I need the cards.
Gotcha. Coming right up.
All right. All right. So you obviously is the ticker scrolling? The ticker's not scrolling yet? The ticker will be up shortly. They wanted me to get started, but you'll start seeing where 100 to 26 are. You have Gary Penna. I didn't thank Gary yet, but thank you, Gary, for moderating the chat. Gary has the key. And he knows what everything is, and he's putting that in the chat hopefully right now. This is your top 25/28. A4, B1, C3, E3, E8, F8, G5, H4, H8, J5, K2, K8, L4, M6. N1, N5, P4, P6, P9, Q8, R1, R7, S6, T5, W4, W9, Y1. So now I'm just waiting on the cards from my previous tasting, and I will get to it. They're still using the cards, in other words. Can you ask me a question from the chat or something so I'm not like a hanging participle back here? Start with A4?
Yep.
Can I get them all at once?
Yep, you got them right here.
Okay.
All the cards going.
Can I have them all, please?
There's a couple more we're pulling.
Okay. Yeah, just give me all the cards. I'm going to get them lined up to where they were. All right. Okay. Yeah, I want the cards on top here. So I have a little bit of a reference point. Okay. So this is the ranking. Like, I'm not going to score again. I'm only giving the ranking here. So
they're not in the ranking
They're
order.
not-
They're
that-
in alphabetical order right now.
okay, so
I'm seeing these.
okay, so I got the wrong order there.
They're not in your rank scoring order yet.
It doesn't matter. I don't need scoring order. I need what I had. It can be alphabetical. I just want to make sure I have the right alphabet.
Right now.
That's fine. So H4. Okay. So I'm going to have to move some things around. So N1, N5. Okay. Go ahead. H8. All right, that's H8. Yep. J5. Okay. K2. K8.
Missing that one's coming.
Okay, L4.
K8.
K8. M6. N1. Okay. N5. P4. There's no note taking on this, guys. This is only a ranking. P6. Okay. P9. Q8. R1. R7. A6. T5. W4. W9.
Launch the tickers working.
Y1. Okay, so the ticker is going to get launched shortly. I'm going to start with these. Only the notes that I will be writing are for me, and I can't really explain it. I just need to be able to get through this. This is the final. This is the ranking. So you can disregard the past scores. And this will be the ranking that influences. This is it. This is. I'm ranking these, so you can throw out the scores, but I do need to have a base of like the notes, not necessarily the score. So the score themselves, these are all. My God, they're all 94 to 97. So these are all very tight. This is a very, very, very tight scoring. So it looks like anything that got a 94.1 or higher got into my top 25. Is that accurate, guys?
94.
94. Anything that got a 94 or higher got into my top 25. Okay? All right, so now I will taste these, and I am going to rank them. I'm not going to talk like I had in the past. I'm just going to be in my element here. And let's go. Starting with S6. R7. R1. Q8. P9. Tickers live. All right, so now you all are seeing the rankings up to here. P6. I'm in my element here, so yeah, don't worry about me. This is not an indication of anything. I'm just moving things to the side.
Do you want me to take some?
No, don't take anything, please. G5. E8. What I'm doing here is I'm beginning to do the culling process. and I'm doing it by arrows. I've talked about this before, but I will give arrows based on how much I like something, how many points of the palette it hits, and everything to my right is going to be on the lower half. So I am, these all had 2 arrows. So P9, P6, R7, G5. I will determine their actual ranking here in a minute. But for now, just assume that they're going to be on the lower half of the top 25. E3. All right, y'all. I'm really beginning to feel my palate. I'm going to take a quick little palate break here while I get these things set up. Give myself a little bit more room. Oh, boy. Can I get a refill on water, please? Just tasted A4. Thank you. B1. B1. C3. C3 went to the other side. J5. This is where it gets really hard. H4. H8. I'm going to need to take a quick break. Sorry, y'all. I have to take a quick 2-minute break. We good? Yeah. All right. Don't move anything. So, yeah, sorry about that, y'all. I had to hit the latrine. While my palate is good, my bladder, it does not like what's going on here. Okay, so let's go to M6. L4. And I like the L4 a lot. L4 is going into the upper crust. Boy, this is where a lot of experience really pays off because my tongue My tongue is like, oh my God. It is. Whew. Like here, you're like looking at, what you're looking at here is you're looking at, you know, do you like one whiskey over the other? And you're focusing on how many parts of the tongue do you feel it? And I've got my own little chicken scratch going here, my own little system. I can't explain it. It's in my head. And so like I know the ranking where I'm going with it. And if I tried to explain it to you, it wouldn't make any sense, especially now. But I'm going to start with M1. N1, like nacho N1. Just arranging stuff here, y'all. Sorry. It makes sense to me. Trying to make sense. Trying to make it make sense. Sorry. K8. Yeah. Okay. Son of a bitch, that's spicy. Ah. I need a fire hose on my tongue after that. Son of a bitch. Woo! Ah. Damn. I'm tasting that one next time. You know. Damn. It's so spicy. Gotta say, man, I'm in love with K8, but in a tasting, it can kill your palate because it's so damn spicy. It just like takes a hold of your tongue and takes it out back and kicks the shit out of it. Damn. So friggin' spicy. All right, W4. W9. Oh. Hey, W9. I remember you. So I have 5 more to taste here in this round. And all I want to do is listen to some Led Zeppelin. Do you have a favorite Led Zeppelin song? Is it Stairway to Heaven? Yet if not, it's a hard one to beat. By one. How you doing, Eric? Yeah.
Good.
T5. We got 2 left. I'm sorry, 3 left. Sorry, guys. I need a spit. Drop and rinse and more water. Sorry, it's a lot. Ugh. This is a lot of work. I have now officially tasted more than 100 spirits. Thank you. Thank you. There we go. Spit cup 36. Before? In 5. Do not try this at home, folks. This is the stage where people may be like, hey, I'm tasting. This is a good time. I want to taste some more. And you don't want to do this. You know, you really do have to be someone who does, work yourself into it. But you do not want to taste 100 spirits like this. And I'm not drinking. I am spitting. You guys should have noticed that by now. In 5. All right, K2, and then I'm going to begin to rank the bottom end. Ooh. K2 will move forward. Okay, so I'm going to start ranking now. At 28 will be E3. Because, right, we had 28, right? We had 27? So at 27, E3. 26, B1. 25, P4. 24, G5. 23, N5. N as in nacho. What number am I on? 22. R7. R7. 22. '21 P6. 20 P9. We're on 19. 19 A4. 18 M6. 17 N1. 16 W4. 15 J5. J5 is 15. And if you all can clear these from the desk. Yep, here, clear. This way, clear. Oh my God. All right, so getting all these note cards out of here. All right, so here we go to the down and dirty, y'all. This is for the for number 1. I'm going to go ahead and start with my. I'm going to go through a smelling process where I may actually begin to rank things out. We're on 14, right? 14. Thank you. Oh boy. So the scoring range from what the initial scores were range from 94 to 97.1. So the 94 class kind of rose up in that second tasting. Okay. L4 is 14. L4 is 14. L4 is 14. K2 is 13. K2 is 13. T5. T5 is 12. T5 is 12. C3 is 11. Facing R1. All right, K8, show me something other than spice. Come on. What's the next one up? 10? K8, 10? I think it's such a spice bomb. Ah. So friggin' spicy. Oh my God. It's so spicy, but there's not. I wanted something else after the spice. All right, so here. Okay, so these four right here. Q8 is number 9. Y1 is 8. Y'all, my tongue is wrecked. Ooh. Can I get some more mustard cheese? You can just throw it at me. Sorry, y'all. You have to see this. You have to watch me eating. I know it's weird, but when you're tasting this much, it helps. Thank you. The mustard cheese provides like a fattiness to my tongue. Helps me feel it. I can still feel everything on my tongue. It's just a lot of work. I'm prepared for it. Don't get me wrong, but coming down to the final stretch, what whiskey will stand out? You know, it's not just about proof. It's not just about age. There's a lot of things that can stand out in a tasting like this. All right. There I go. What number am I on? 7. All right. E8 is 7. R1 is 6. I need a refill in water. And now we have the top 5. Thank you. I love that marzipan in F8. F8 is number 5. The original scores of these, we have H8, a 96 was the original score. We have W9, 97.1. H4, 96.2. And S6, 96.1. And then my chicken scratch. H8 had 4 arrows up. W9 had 3 arrows up and a plus. H4 had 3 arrows up and a plus. And S6 had 3 arrows up. So I am now going to swallow. This sounds fucking horrible. Sounds weird. I mean, been tasting all night. Now I'm going to swallow. That sounds so fucking weird. But at this stage, it's time. All right, here we go. You guys stop laughing. This is professional work here. Yeah. What I'm looking for is how long is it on the tongue and how many points of the tongue is it hitting. Oh my God. I love that so much. I think my wife will love that one too. I'm almost done, Keith. Number 4 is H4. Number 3 is S6. And we have a good old-fashioned taste-off between W9 and H8. And when I tasted both of these initially, I kind of had a feeling it would come down to these two. I mean, so this is going to be like, which one's on my tongue longer? I'm going to make the decision purely on the finish. Can I have a timer in here in some way, shape, or form? It's all going to come down. They're pretty damn even. These are two very even whiskeys. So now I'm going to determine my favorite, my number one whiskey of the year, based on how long is it on the tongue after I swallowed it. Yeah.
That's suspect.
That's suspect?
Yeah.
How's that suspect? How's that suspect? I'm gonna work on not talking. All right. H8. End it. How long?
32 seconds.
32 seconds. Okay. At this stage of the night, after tasting however much I've tasted, that's pretty damn impressive. All right, W9. How long was that last one? 32 seconds, okay. End it. Your winner, I believe, is H8. So H8 is your champion. That is my number one of my top 100. Can you tell me what it is? The Prohibition era. It's the Prohibition Old Stag. Shit. What was number 2? What was W9?
Number 2.
Number 2 was Larceny. Larceny C923, huh? That was damn good. What was number 3? What was that 6? Oh shit! Larceny had a good old time on my palate tonight. Look at that sample.
4.
This is 4, huh? Good for Nashville Barrel Company. Holy shit. Ah, yes. I'll be damned. What the hell happened to the cork on the Larceny there? You guys playing Bob the Cork back there? Well, hey, that's a pretty successful night. I mean, for Larceny anyway. Jesus. Again, apologies for my profanities all night. But hey, listen, I appreciate you all tuning in and bearing with me. A big shout out to my crew. Everybody who came to support me, thank you. I can't say it enough, like how incredible the bond and the community is of American whiskey. This is kind of something that I created, the Top 100, and I could not have done it without the people on my team. I mean, I'm looking at Joe, who manages Club Marzipan, Clay, who basically manages everything of me, Keith, Eric, everybody who's helped me. Thank you so much for helping me. Gary Penna for managing the chat tonight. I know it's probably laborious, and so I appreciate it. Thank you for managing it while you're in the air right now on your way to Portugal. Kidding, he's not actually flying right now. He is a pilot. But anyway, I can still feel my tongue, so that's a good sign, which is why I'm going to go celebrate and have a beer at Commonwealth Tap in my hood. And I cordially invite you to come on out, unless you have a knife and you want to stab me, in which case I would like you not to come. But if you do, it's going to suck for you if you try to stab me, because there's other people there that have other things. But anyway, cheers to you all tonight. Thank you so much for tuning in. Congratulations to Stag. But, I mean, I have never in my career had 2 products come back to back like that. That is insane. Like, it's like the same fucking brand, just like a few months apart. That's insane. That's absolutely insane to me. Also, congrats to Nashville Barrel, and right not too far down the road, Nelson Brothers there with their 15-year-old rye. Great whiskeys. I can't wait to see what else I was tasting and what I was saying about them. What came in 6th? Actually, I want to know the whole 25. Is that all right?
Yep.
All right.
All on the back.
They're all in the back. So number 6, Barrel Batch 35. That's legit. Number 7, Woodford Reserve Batch Proof. Legit. Stag Junior came in 8th. Dear God, I just did all cash drink, didn't I? Number 9, Q8. Elijah Craig Barrel Proof C923. Yeah, so cracked the top 10. It's a good one. K8. 291 All Rye. That sumbitch just kept fucking killing my palate. But it was so spicy and good, I loved it. C3, number 11. Stag Junior, another Stag Junior. Man, Stag's all up on my palate tonight. T5 was number 12. Well, out of New Mexico. Colgan, all right. All right, good for them. K2, number 13 was Elijah Craig Barrel Proof, B523. You all know this, but I'm seeing this for the first time, so whatever. 14, Balcones Single Malt. Right on, L4. J5, the Buffalo Trace Antique Collection stag. Jeez, 4 fucking stags in my top, my top 15. Jeez. W4, 4 Roses limited edition small batch at number 16. Yeah, that surprises me. I actually thought that would have finished higher. N1, number 17, Milam and Green unabridged. Making good stuff over there, Milam and Green. M6 at number 18, McTavish bottled and bond. I'll be damned. Is that the lowest proof one? The highest? That might be the lowest proof one. Oh, damn, number 18. Not bad. A4, number 19. Bernheim Barrel Proof, A223. Not bad. You know what I'm not noticing here? One of my things that I tasted, I thought I loved so much, but apparently in the blind I don't. It's Maker's cellar aged. P9, number 20. K-Luke batch 6. Great blender. Number 21, P6. Milam and Green, Castle Hills. All right. Number 22, R7. Rabbit Hole Founders Collection. Derringer. Look, I'm telling you, when I first tasted the Derringer, I was like, eh. And then I tasted it again. I was like, oh my God, I love it. And I tasted it again. I was like, ooh, I love it. So tonight I obviously did love it. So 22, that's solid. N5, number 23. Wilderness Trail 8-year weeded. Solid. G5, number 24. Wild Turkey Generations. This was the alternate. I'll be damned. Come on, 5. This is the highest Wild Turkey, too. P4 was 25. Woodinville Applewood Stay Finish. Legit. B1, number 26. Jefferson's Tropics. I told people not to count that one short. E3 at 27. James E. Pepper. Where the hell did the Maker's Cellar Age finish? Yeah, it's low. All right. Just goes to show you, folks, in a blind tasting, you never know. But, man, I am... Oh, my tongue. Oof. My tongue is worn out. I'm going to have a beer. A nice, crisp, cold lager. Maybe a Pilsner. Pilsner might be too hoppy. There's just a little enough hops in a Pilsner. I'm going to be like, more of a crisp lager. Actually, no, I don't want to change that up. I'm going to have a Belgian, some kind of Belgian beer. I have a Belgian ale. Now, anyway, guys, you don't have to do that. We can sort that stuff out tomorrow.
83rd.
Makers finished 83rd. Holy shit! Holy shit! That surprises me, man. I loved that when I tasted it, but apparently I didn't love it enough tonight. Goes to show in a blind tasting, you just never know. But this top 5. Gotta say, pretty solid, man. H8 came through, and W9 was knocking on that door, but it just missed the finish by 17 seconds? A whole life, a whole tasting measured by 17 seconds. But here's the deal. You can find this. You cannot find the other one. So take that as you may. But thank you for tuning in. I want to thank everyone from Club Marzipan. Thank everyone who's helped me. And like I said, I'm going to have a beer at Commonwealth Tap. You're welcome to come over and join us. And yeah, I'm still standing, baby. Cheers, y'all. That's going to do it. That's a cut. Bye.